Good morning, 44 Trading Room. How are you today? Hi, Guidance Room traders. I hope everyone is ready for today's trading, and it's going to be better than yesterday, at least on the price action side, because yesterday we had quite of a choppy market with not too much direction at all. So let's just see whether we can have a better day today. Well, markets just closed in a modest green, not a huge green indeed. Just trying my screen share at the moment. Hopefully today is going to work, traders, not like yesterday. So indeed, SPY and triple Q at the moment starting with a small green. They kept the green from the pre-market, 0.11 on the SPY, 0.19 on the triple Q, and Apple today looks stronger, which is a good news for the techs. Hi Tara, good morning to you. Hi Roger, hope everyone is well. And camera can go to work. Yes, indeed. Okay. So seems like today everything is working. All right, guys. Of course, my first question is always, how was your trading day of yesterday? If you want to share your results, please just do it in the chat. I'm going to be really grateful for that. And especially if you have any questions regarding trading, regarding any call of yesterday, please just let me know. I managed to close the morning in slight green, not a huge green at all, but I was happy to to survive this choppy start of the week actually. And if you just check the daily chart of the SPY, you can see how choppy it was there. And this was the third doji in a row, which is never good. Doji is never good, as you know. It means like uncertainty, and this is definitely the one which we are facing with on the markets today. Also, not the Chinese market today, guys. Chinese market and Chinese stocks are going to be on my watch list today. Reason for that, China just got some nice stimulus as the central bank introduced stimulus measures to meet growth targets and stem a market sell-off. Hong Kong, the Hang Seng just led the gains over 3%. And if you check, for example, PDD, which is up 5%, I think we should just put it on our watch list. Hi, Martins. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. Against your WD, nicely. This is your new favorite, I would say. Nice trading. Well done. Okay, guys. Thank you for sharing, actually. All right. So after yesterday's choppiness, I am expecting a little bit more move here and hopefully not a choppy move on the market. We will get some economic news at 10 o'clock, by the way, consumer confidence coming, plus the Richmond Manufacturing Index, if I remember right. And even at 9 a.m., the FOMC member Bauman speaks, like now he is speaking, by the way, and nothing else for today. So Bauman's speech now and a Richmond Manufacturing Index and a consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. So let's be careful at 10 o'clock. Yesterday, we had several FOMC member speakers as well, by the way, and actually they sound quite of positive. Also, especially Goolsbee, he noted that there could be a lot of rate cuts over the next year if economic conditions remain unchanged. And during a speech at the National Association of State Treasurers, Goolsbee downplayed whether the next move would be a 25 or a 50 basis point, instead stressing the importance of a long arc of policy. Actually, this is still in the air that might are going to go with another jumbo rate cut. Also, I don't think so, because I think this is just a gut feeling that the market would get a little bit spooked by another jumbo rate cut. So I think it's highly likely they're going to continue with the 25 basis point indeed. Okay, what else in the news? I've seen some specifically on several companies news, like Visa fell 1.6% after hours on Monday after reports of the U.S. Justice Department antitrust lawsuit. ULTA downgraded by TD Cowen due to rising competition, and Nike dropped after analysts warned of a negative catalyst. Plus, Snow slid 3% after announcing a $2 billion private placement of convertible senior notes. So indeed, there are a lot of movers today. And let's see what else in the news. Regarding the Bitcoin and the European markets, Bitcoin is still hovering around this 23K, so nothing serious indeed. And on the European stocks, they just went to the north as well, a little bit like fueled by this Chinese market indeed. So let's see whether this Chinese stock soar on stimulus plan, is it going to be still um, long lasting for today, or this is just a short-lived. One thing is for sure, I'm going to watch today PDD. As you can see, it's beautiful and very strong, and even BABA today, traders. BABA and PDD, both of them very strong, but I must tell you, I prefer a little bit much the PDD over the BABA because of the daily chart. All right, what else here? Home price growth loses more steam in July, Case-Shiller says, but still inches up to a new record high. This is definitely not a good news in the home price gains. So, but I don't think so it's going to impact the market so much. And VDA seems like it just cannot climb that much, traders. Yesterday we tried a long on that. We failed, or I did fail, unfortunately, on that one. So NVIDIA, I'm going to be cautious with NVIDIA today, indeed. I'm going to watch even the oil stocks. We have seen a really nice push on the oil higher, and today as well, and oil stocks are going to be on my list as well. And you know what? I'm just starting my candidate list because I'm going to forget they. So to the long side, and oil stocks to the long side, by the way. So PDD, and I'm going to call Oxy, okay? To the long side. Reason for that, oil is nicely bouncing higher today, 2.17%. Unfortunately, mainly up because of the escalation in the Middle East. And this is definitely not a good news, but let's see how far it can go higher. Boeing in the news makes best on final offer to striking workers, but union says it's not good enough. Still some trouble on the Boeing. Snowflake I mentioned as well. This is on my short side actually. Dave, I'm going to share the screen after 9:30 only in the guidance room. Okay, sorry for that. Until this point, I am in the main room. Guys, it's going to change finally when we are going to move to the new platform. But at the moment, I just can like solve like that. Okay, but at 9:30, I'm going to be with you in the guidance room. Okay, guys, so PDD Oxy to the long side. Short side, I mentioned you Snow and Visa for sure from the news. Secondary list, let's see who is going to go there. I would say let's just go with BA if it is in the news already. In the European side, still we had some German economic news. The German business is getting more pessimistic as recession and growth. IFO survey, it just found out, which is definitely not a good news, especially for the Europeans. But indeed, as you know, Germany, one of the, if not the strongest economy in Europe. If it gets into trouble, it's like if China or US gets in trouble, it impacts the world economy. If Germany gets in trouble on the economy side, it impacts the whole Europe. So this is definitely not good for us who are living in Europe. Okay, what else in the news? I just go further to investigate here on the international side as well. Commerzbank here. Warner Bros. Discovery partners with Google for AI-generated captions on Macs. That's a good news maybe for the Google. Let's see how Google is doing for today. Google is struggling as rest of the tech stocks. As I see, big red candle on the Google yesterday. Let's see if today it can just climb back a little bit higher. At the moment, it does not look very strong, only 0.36 higher. Blackstone and Vista Equity partners to acquire software maker Smartsheet for an $8.4 billion deal. Traders, Smartsheet, that's why it's not a tradable stock, because usually we do not trade the stocks which are acquired recently. Yeah, this is the news from the Middle East. Israel and Hezbollah carry out new attacks amid fears of wider conflict. This is pushing the oil a bit higher and causing some stop on the markets to make new highs. Also, not on the Chinese stocks and the Chinese market, as I've told you. So traders, I'm just repeating myself for today. Let's be careful. At 10 o'clock, we will get consumer confidence and the Richmond Manufacturing Index. Also, nothing more for the rest of the day on the economic field side, economic news field side. But we have some beautiful movers here indeed. And I mentioned already some, and I'm sure Mark is already ready to post his list, which I really appreciate it every morning. And the next stock on my list is Thor Industries, which dropped 2% after the RV maker issued disappointing fiscal year earnings guidance. Ouch, that's not good, Thor. So Thor is THO, by the way, is just moving lower. Let's see whether it's eligible to be on our watch list. I don't like the pre-market volume, guys, way too low based on the news or compared to the to the I forgot the word. So it's an important news, but the pre-market volume is very low, which means it's going to be just on my secondary list. So THO on my secondary list, but it is weak. Arlo Technologies, this is popped 3% after authorizing a $50 million share repurchase program. So Arlo, it's higher today, but I am afraid I'm not going to be satisfied with the pre-market volume either. Let's see, maybe it's surprising me. No, unfortunately, it does not. 18,000 only. It's quite of a low volume stock and very low volume. I mean, daily average volume is quite low, and even the average true range is not it's just not enough for me. Let's just leave it alone. Rather go with big movers. And thank you, Mark. As I've told you, you just posted the list. Beautiful. TSMPD, completely agree. FCX, Visa to the short side, ROST and TFC. Hi, Arike. Good afternoon to you. Nice to see you here. Okay. I'm going to watch days as well, or take a look at days as well, Mark. Thank you very much. But Visa is the next one, which I told you is just done after Justice Department is planning to file a monopoly lawsuit against the payment network firm over its debit card business. Hi, class. Nice to see you. Okay. Hi, Steve. Good morning to you. Let me just check the Visa in the meantime. Visa at the moment, it's going lower, really low actually, 2.25%, and it's slightly better on the volume side. So I'm just going to put it to my short list. Ouch, Starbucks, that's not good. It's lower as Jeffries downgraded to outperform from hold and cut its price target either. Wow, that's not a good news for the coffee chain. Starbucks is just lower now. Okay, not anymore. Seems like it's shaking off this price cut. That's nice. Okay, Starbucks, go. We need coffee. Actually, I really need coffee. So please stay stay and go higher. Seems like it's a very nice pre-market recovery already after this nasty downgrade from the Jeffries, and let's see whether this means that this is going to get to my long list. Also, you know what? I'm just going to put it to the secondary list because it got bad news, but it's back to zero. I would say it still can surprise me today. Salesforce CRM is the next one, 2% higher, and in this case, it's a Piper Sandler upgrade on the stock. So CRM just looks amazing, hopefully to the upside. On the daily, it definitely still have a lot to go higher. And actually, it did close this gap already, but we have another gap to close on 278. So if it's going to break, I would say this 272, this can be a really nice mover today. Hi, DVG. Good morning, team. Hi, Clifton. Sorry, I forgot to say hello. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning to you. Okay. Yeah, I do not thinking, unfortunately, still, but I'm going to be there at 9:30. I mean, market time in the guidance room. Okay, guys. What else here? And more coming. Lovis is here. LOW, home improvement stock added 1.2 on an upgrade. Seems like investment houses got really busy this morning with upgrades and downgrades, but LOW is a very low price stock, or not low price, low volume stock. Price is quite high. It's just 9,000, not my type of stock for the day trade. BioNTech is here as well, and this is BNTX. It's much higher on the heels of Morgan Stanley upgrade to overweight. The firm said the BioNTech has executed on what it described as a broad clinical development program. BNTX, it's not my quite favorite either. The reason for that low volume, unfortunately, if you like it, I'm just going to put it to the secondary list here to keep an eye on it. And Pinterest is here as well. Image sharing company rose more than 1% after Oppenheimer initiated a coverage of the stock with an outperformed rating. I was watching Pinterest, and actually we had a very nice little scalp on that to the long side yesterday. I was expecting a bit more on the Pinterest side to the upside with some good news. As you know, it's just joined the S&P 500 and so on. So on the Pinterest, I'm just going to be a bit more bullish. Hi, Wes. Good morning to you. Hi, Sal. Hi, Tony. Coin really looks to break out based on the daily. Yeah, Bitcoin and coin as well, Tony. You know what? No, I have not covered it yet. Thank you to warn me on the coin, because Bitcoin, as I've told you, is just building strongly this bull flag. And actually, everyone, I was just reading some Bitcoin news. I just remind you that I'm writing every day a text newsletter. So if you want to be in the participants who got the newsletter every day, please just send the email of yours, because the subscribe on the newsletter, it's still under production by your tech team. So if you want to get the newsletter until there as well, please just send me your email. And of course, if you are interested in the funded accounts as well, as you know, TEFs just completely renewed, new management, new terms. They acquired the TradeNet International as well, and like me as well as a mentor and senior analyst. And if you're interested, I'm more than happy to help you to get some funded accounts here. Okay, guys. Indeed, on the coin, I agree completely with Tony, because it is looking like really good over this 170. I would say 175.60 would be a great thing to break it over. And I really like this consolidation on the 20 EMA. Like, it was not an immediate reversal over. So I agree, we should just watch this coin here. I just put it to the secondary list. Thank you, Clifton. Okay, guys, what else here? GE Vernova, which is GEV, it's very strong today. Guggenheim initiated a coverage on the stock with a buy rating. So GEV seems like a really strong one. Never traded this stock, I assume. And the reason is here, the pre-market volume is a bit low and a bit extended for me. Also, if you like it, I'm just going to put it to the long side, or to the secondary list. But I don't really like this extended daily chart. It's just a bit too much to the upside for me. In the meantime, traders still more green on the watch list than red. SPY 0.19, triple Q 0.31. And I just take a last look at my gainers and losers. All of the Chinese stocks are extremely strong, as I've told you. It was a nice stimulus by the Chinese Never mind, so it seems like that this is working. NetEase is up 7%. Might we should take a look at this stock for day trade. What else here? XPV, of course, BABA, PDD, and the others. To the short side, I mentioned you ULTA, CDNA as well is just making another attempt to make a little profit taking here. I don't know. I'm going to watch it to the short side. Looks very interesting indeed. And Visa already on our list, Snow already on our list. And I'm just checking ULTA and Nike whether they are going to continue lower today or not. ULTA very low volume, so let's just leave it. And Nike is the last one which I want to check before I leave you in the good hands of DVG. No, Nike seems like it's just making an attempt to go higher. This gap is still very strong, you know, like a reason to go higher, I think, on the Nike, even despite of the not that good news. I'm going to watch Nike today as well. But I think that's enough for today. DVG watch list is out as well. My watch list is out as well. And I just going to wish you a beautiful green start of the day. Please do not forget 10 o'clock, 2 news, consumer confidence, and the Richmond manufacturing are going to be out, and that's it for the day. Yes, Kevin, definitely the Visa looks very much to the short side, but I'm sure DVJ is going to help you in that call. Looks really great. So good luck, everyone. Have a green one.
Thank you, Aggie. Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hope everybody had a wonderful evening and a great morning thus far. What a difference a day makes. China in the news, obviously providing some additional liquidity and relief, some quantitative QE, quantitative easing into the China markets. I mean, my goodness, what a way to switch things up. So keeping an eye on all the Chinese stock names. So PDD, Baba, Baidu, JD. Um, Likely a push a little bit higher this morning. You know, I think we're going to pull back initially, but definitely keep an eye on some of those levels, which is pretty wild because, namely Baba, been trying to be long that for forever as a swing trade, and Murphy's Law, as they trim up, it takes off. So is what it is. We'll be looking at that this morning. Interestingly enough, here in the pre-market, as you recall, I've been watching this 571 to 572 level on the SPY. So let's definitely keep an eye on that as we roll into the open today. I think if we decide to breach the all-time high, 572.88, be on the lookout for 575 to 576 area. If we can't get above that level, guys, I may be looking to start building some short positions, frankly, because it'd be a lower risk trade, right? If it pushes higher, great, get out of the way, let it move. But that's kind of where my head's at. I think some of the names that we're seeing out there, you know, Microsoft, Meta obviously has their big conference tomorrow, so be keeping an eye on that as well. See some movement in that today. But on top of that, like we saw Walmart make an announcement around basically dumping the use of, frankly, like credit cards to try to go directly to ACH. So I know some folks have been mentioning Visa. If you're looking at Visa, you've got to be looking at MasterCard. MasterCard has actually been a name I'm planning on. Let's see what it does this morning. But if you're open to shorting Visa, be open to shorting MasterCard. I think they're going to be parallel plays. Part of what I've been doing as of late is keeping an eye on some of the sympathy plays, right? If you think the chip sector is going to go up and you're, let's say, long NVIDIA, look at the other names in that space. Are they also moving in parallel? Is one stronger than the other, so on and so forth? So I'll be looking for that today. Keep an eye on the Mag 7. Again, just some overall, I'd say, good news for the Chinese economy, you know, freeing up over $1 trillion in liquidity, which is kind of interesting. I've been talking about like reverse repos. Um, I'd say kind of more like, you know, close friends and that people are like, what are you talking about? But if you're not familiar with reverse repos, it's important to note it's an age-old tactic that we use here in the U.S. And it's kind of interesting to see China deploy that to kind of free up some liquidity, supposedly in a time of crisis for them. But again, for those of you guys who've been following, the latest and greatest in China around BRICS and kind of adding new members to that particular group, rising potentially in crypto, right? Rolling out their unit, as they call it, into blockchain, which would be available to crypto traders, et cetera, across the globe. I mean, they're rising up to the challenge, I'd say. So be on the lookout for additional economies. Also keeping a look at some um, companies out of Argentina. They seem to be doing pretty well, and then also keeping an eye on industrials as we roll out this morning. So before we kick things off, let's say good morning to everybody. Let's see who we've got so far. We've got Vess, Sal, Tony. Good morning. Kev. Good morning. Seth. Good morning. Tim. Good morning. Both Tims. Good morning. Klaus. Welcome. Welcome. Good to see you guys this morning. Looks like we also have Lee here, Martins, and Mark Oil. I say Oilfield, but it's Oldfield. I know. Mark, good to see you. Arik, okay. Steve, good. Dylan, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Steve's in the house. Right on. Well, I know we've got a few minutes before we open up here. Curious to see what you guys are looking at. I know I appreciate, who was it that posted? Kev, you're looking at Visa under 282. I think I saw another watch list. Mark, yeah, you're always great about it. TSM looks like Mark's looking at long, PDD, long, FCX, V short, Rust short, TFC short. Okay, good. Thanks for sharing that. Carlos, good morning. Good morning. Ed, good morning. Tesla on a pullback and go long? Yeah, potentially. Yeah. I think that push over 243 yesterday was kind of it for me. And now that we're hanging above 250, I mean, where do we go from here? Right? Like, I think it could start to do Tesla things up at this level, like regardless of what markets do. Tesla's just kind of one of those stocks that could do that. So definitely hear you on that. And if you guys will notice too, like, I have a watch list up, not a long or short list this morning, frankly, because I think what we talked about yesterday, right? I think there's a chance for the SPY to check out 572 and then get, rejected up at that level. If it doesn't, and we start breaking out above 572.88, then yeah, let's go see. I'll be quick to switch directions on some of these names to the upside. Obviously, it looks like we're pushing higher, but how many times have we seen the shakeout before, right? And I think with the news in China, we could see some market rotation, not sector rotation, but market rotation into Chinese stocks, just because we're not talking about quantitative easing here in the US. We're not looking at pumping $1 trillion effective immediately, by the way. It's like, hey, look, we need to get our people to spend more money, lend it. Here's $1 trillion, go call everybody you know. So definitely be cautious today, be careful. Got my eyes set on MA or MasterCard this morning, bright and early here. Let's see if we can maybe get position started right here at the open. See a 494 break, I'll get in. Well, it looks like it just did it here pre-market. Look at NVIDIA here. It's a good move. All right, we're in MasterCard, guys. That was a wonky entry. 492.31. How did that even happen? Okay. I don't know how that happened, guys. I got a really weird entry on MasterCard. I hit market and got it. That looks like a decent fill. I don't know. We'll find out in a moment. NVIDIA is ripping, guys, right now. So 117.30. I'll go long. Looks like I'm about to get in there now. Okay. See a push over 118. We should get a breakout here on NVDA. One interesting move on MasterCard here at the open though. Okay, might get stopped out here on NVIDIA. Watching what it does here at the VWAP. Microsoft pulling back. Watching the SPY here, guys. What's the SPY going to do? Come on, MasterCard. Time to break down now, please. Baba pulling back. Healthy pullback. Nothing to worry about there just yet. Watching Apple. Okay. Okay, keep an eye here on the SPY, guys. Q's pulling back. Meta actually breaking down. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Microsoft. Okay, I'm going to be short Microsoft here, 13160. Let's post some of this stuff. 13160, Microsoft. And I missed my post. NVIDIA I got a pretty bad entry on NVIDIA actually. 117.20 was my entry. We're trying to go back and post some of this stuff, guys. I might build a short on SPY here. We'll see. We'll see. It depends on if 570 holds here, that might be a sign that we're going to rip higher. I'm going to probably I'll wait for a partial under 490 on MasterCard. For those of you guys who took that trade. Watching SMCI now. Might get stopped out of NVIDIA here. We'll see. I'm not going to try to arm wrestle that one today. All right. If we get a break under the close on the SPY, I'll start building a short position. Maybe we get a bounce there, but we'll see. Just looking more broadly, like Microsoft pulling back now. NVIDIA just trying to pull back. SMCI is just falling off a cliff. Let's see. Meta also falling off a cliff here. So just keeping an eye on things here. We open up. Tesla looks interesting. For those of you guys who are looking to go long. Maybe it gets that violent push higher, huh? Wow, look at Meta now breaking down. I'm going to add to SPY or I'm going to start a SPY position here. Just got market filled 569.88. If we break under the close, we'll get that started as well. Again, just trying to see if we can take some lower risk trades. And if they move in favor, great. If they start to break out and move higher, guys, we just dump those and switch gears, move higher. There's a break on MasterCard. Beautiful. I'll go ahead and take a partial here. NVIDIA, NVIDIA. Let's go NVIDIA. Excuse me. Where is pullback there? Well, SPY's holding up nice. Same with the Qs. So either we're going to break now or turn and burn. And Tesla and NVIDIA are aiming higher. So let's see what happens here. We see the SPY break below the close. I'll go ahead and add. Yeah, again, so someone's talking about Chinese stocks. Yeah, I think there's probably going to be a small pullback, and then all the Chinese names probably rip today. I'm keeping an eye on BABA specifically and PDD. Okay. Yeah, 108.50 maybe on PDD. Let's see. You know, for the short positions, I don't like the fact that SPY is holding 570 right now. The good news is we do have NVIDIA long if it decides to break out. Tesla, I'm just kind of waiting on that one. A little sitting on my hands a little bit. But if we see the SPY push higher, I'm going to just dump that position quickly, and we'll likely look for long positions. So let's see how, you know, things behave here. Watching JPM now. Meta's in big trouble. That's a pretty strong pullback, especially from yesterday. What was 574, I think it was, all-time high. JPM now pulling back. Oh, Tesla's taking off. Okay. I may trim up NVIDIA here just because I got a really bad entry on NVIDIA. So let's see if we get a push here. That'd be great. Then I can actually take like a partial instead of just trimming a trimming size. So I like this move here. We'll wait for this candle to complete. See kind of where we go. If we push higher, great. I'll take a partial as we move higher. And watching the SPY and watching the Qs. The Qs, I wouldn't be surprised if we find some strength. You know, look at names like Tesla and NVIDIA, sure. But then I look at names like Meta and Microsoft that are a little bit more concerning, right? Kind of aiming lower. You know, Microsoft breaks at 430 range. You could see a real dump on there. Apple, you guys know how I feel about Apple for like the last week and a half. So might be looking to short Apple here, 228. In fact, let me pull it up. Might be late to that party. Let's see if I can get it there. Hurry, 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 hurry. 228, guys. I will short Apple here. Ta-da. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. We are in Apple short 228, guys. 228. Let's see. So I'm risking a little bit of a red day if we decide to turn and burn here today, guys. But I don't mind hanging on for a little bit longer here. Out all shares Tesla. Cool. It sounds like you went long. Yeah, I just trimmed up on NVIDIA too, guys. I don't trust this pop. So JPM though looks great. BABA actually looks great for a breakout here at 96. I won't take BABA just yet, but I'm gonna go ahead and add to my SPY short here, guys. I'm gonna load it. In case we break lower right here. I want to take full advantage of this downswing here. Let's see. There we go. Let's see the break under the close. That'll work. If we get that follow through, I think it's toilet. So let's see what happens. Like I said, I don't mind getting out of the way. If we turn and burn to the upside, great. But I'll take partials on the way down, guys. I just don't. I don't know if that pre-market tag up near 571.34 ish on the SPY marked that. If you remember for structure, I talked about I wanted to see a 572, 571 print to prove that markets are actually trying to, move higher and then getting rejected. So if we see some follow through here, it'd be great. But again, keeping an eye on Tesla and Nvidia, even Apple here. Seeing if we find support here. Meanwhile, Meta missed that short. I'm talking about shorting that thing for 3 days now, and now it's breaking down. If we break 227, where is that? The low day 227.50 on Apple. You know what? I'll just add right now. Again, if it's going to turn against me, it's going to do it now. But I'll add to Apple right now while it's still cheap. Bye bye, Apple. All right, let's see if we can get a breakdown in Apple now. Let's see if we get a breakdown in Microsoft now. Let's see if we continue on MA to the downside. We trimmed up on NVIDIA. Now I really want to see the SPY break, like a big break, 1.6 or 5.68 maybe, 5.67. I don't know if we're going to get it. Finding some support here at the close, which is kind of concerning. I'll wait. Here comes the break on Apple. We can get a little more. Oh, come on, SPY. Don't find support now. All right, guys, if you're long, be careful. It's decision time. I'd say the same is true for short positions like I'm in right now. Like if we're going to break, it needs to be in the next 3 to 5 minutes. And if we turn around, it's going to happen in the next 3 to 5 minutes. Well, feeling okay about Apple for now. Not feeling so great about Microsoft right now. And the SPY is playing games with me. We've got the break on Apple. I'll let it keep going. I want to see a 225 print on Apple. Talking about short now for too long. I might get into Meta here. Let's see if we get a bounce a little bit higher, maybe 562 area. All right, guys, be careful. Be careful. Qs are getting a little bit weak here near the bottom. I mean, obviously, we're still up on the day, so it's hard to short when you're counter trend here. Let's see. I might take some off of Apple here. Just I don't know, half the position maybe. Rule number one. Isn't that how it goes, guys? All right, I took a small partial on Apple. Get some more. I mean, I still have a pretty big position on Apple, guys. So taking half off is not the end of the world. It's just banking some profit for the day. All right, I really need Microsoft to dump now. I don't like it kept edging lower. Now it's finding support over at the VWAP. Like that's not a good sign for my position here. Let's see. Looking at Apple now. Glad we took our partial. Might be forced to trim up on our position MA. Again, still profitable, but let's see if we move any more to the green side, I'm going to be out of that position on MA. Watching NVIDIA now. SMCI moving higher now. I don't like this position now on the SPY. JPM moving higher. Remember, we talked about 211.61 on JPM is the magic start finish line for JP Morgan. Meta. What do I do with you? Okay, might have to get out of the SPY position here. Just keeping an eye on it, being patient. It's like really low risk on SPY right now for me. And if we see that break and or Microsoft break, I mean, hallelujah. But look at SMCI, guys. SMCI is absolutely ripping now. Baba trying to push higher now after a strong pullback. If I see a break under the close, guys, on the SPY, I'm telling you, I'm going to add another full size. Like, if my direction is right today, which is down, I've got to put some weight behind it, right? Granted, if I'm wrong, that's okay too. But my goal today is take full advantage of again, if we end up with this downside momentum and I'm on the right side of that trade, I want to maximize my opportunity and get out of the way. Just let it print. So Microsoft right here, I'm actually going to add. And if we do decide to move lower, this is going to be an awesome trade here. SPY, we break here at the bottom. I actually have my position ready to go on that. Let's see, where is it? I need to see the SPY break close, please. Por favor. It's only 30 cents away. Here comes Microsoft, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Question is, do I hit Microsoft for a little more? There's the break. Let's see if I get a break under 2 or 430, guys. I'm going to hit it again. I'm not even going to take a partial. I'm just going to hit it. Let's see if we can get a breakdown here. There we go. Just added a little more to Microsoft to the downside. Here comes SPY to the downside. I'm just going to add right now on the SPY if we can get this move. Come on. Okay. Microsoft. Let's see. How much partial do I want to take on that? I'll get that partial teed up here. Tempted to short Meta here too, guys. Let's see. Need the SPY to continue, please. Oh, wow. Look at Meta now. 557. Might have missed that. Oh, well. Trying to be patient here on Microsoft. If we break 430, great. I'll take a partial as soon as that breach happens. Here comes the SPY, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. I'm going to probably take some off of the SPY here in just a moment, as well as Microsoft here. Let's see. Okay, that's a little concerning. There should have been more follow through there, guys. Maybe this is the follow through. Maybe. Fingers crossed. There we go. There we go. Toilet time. I say that, but just know as I'm saying that, there's bulls waiting for folks like me trying to do the same exact thing, right? Just snap up my short position. So again, this is why like I want to take advantage of the downside move, but I also don't want to find myself in a position where um, I'm too exposed. So I don't mind taking some partial, like leaving half my position size in the event we do get the follow through. Great, but paying myself down along the way because we have it's pretty big positions right now. So let's see what happens. Need this buy to break now under the low of day would be awesome. It's actually not too far away, 20 cents away. Seeing Apple though try to bounce magically, like for no reason. Okay, I'm gonna trim up on SPY here. Just take some profit. Still have a pretty big position here. See if we can capitalize here. Okay, here comes MA. I think we're gonna get break now. Watch Apple, guys. Apple's gonna completely take out that close. Was that 226.50 ish? Yeah. Look at Baba retreating now. Not a big surprise. I'll probably be looking at maybe 92 for Baba. I'm not gonna short it, but for potential, build. China market's going to benefit here moving forward because there's the promise of QE, $1 trillion of liquidity. I mean, there's quite a bit going on. So yeah, Kev, 430 is a big support level on Microsoft. That's why I'm waiting. If 430 breaks, I'm telling you, like 425, I'll be waiting for it down there. 428, I'll be trimming up on the way down. That's if we can get a break under 430. Let's keep in mind Q's up at the highs, SPY up at the highs. What I wanted to see yesterday, we kind of saw in the pre-market today, which is a rejection of 572. So I'm still using the same kind of narrative as I had yesterday. Unfortunately, missed names like Meta, who I've been wanting to short that stock since it went up to 574. But it's okay. I'm not complaining. We're short MA. We're short Microsoft. We're short uh, SPY at the moment. And then Nvidia, it's at this point one of the smaller positions. So I'm not really paying a ton of attention to it, to be honest. See if we get the break here, guys. 430 on Microsoft one time. We're at 430.05. 430.05. Do we get at 429 print? If we do, I will take some off of the Microsoft short position. Boom. Boom. Microsoft. Come to Papa. All right. Went ahead and took half of my Microsoft position off. Cha-ching. That's a winner. Let's see if we can get the rest of this position to print. Again, SPY should completely collapse now. Should. It's keyword. Apple should be on its way. Again, if Apple breaks 225, be on the watch. Coin, though, looks interesting, guys. The upside here. 172 area. Let's keep an eye on that. I don't want to sound like I'm just completely bearish all day, but I mean, MA right now, guys. Hello. Hello. Who's talking about Visa and MasterCard this morning? It's pretty good, huh? I mean, I don't even have the Visa chart up, but I imagine Visa probably looks very similar. Okay, I don't like the SPY holding here. Maybe it's time to trim a little bit more, and maybe time to get long. We'll see. Keep an eye on SMCI. Keep an eye on Nvidia holding those levels pretty nicely. Meanwhile, Microsoft aiming lower. Meta trying to bounce here. Let's see what happens. Still think so long as Apple and Microsoft are selling, I'm okay with being slightly bearish. Wow, my MasterCard is really, I mean, MasterCard can dip to 480 today. I mean, if people start interpreting that data, because Walmart basically said, hey, we're getting rid of, we're going to go direct to ACH, which is like a whole different model, and they're big enough they could do that, right? Like that ruins the business that is Visa and Mastercard. So kind of an interesting paradigm shift. Not to mention that's what Walmart's known for, is to kind of bully their vendors into giving better prices so they can move inventory. I mean, they're the best logistics company on the planet, if you ask me. I mean, that's basically, they're in the business of, moving chips and housing goods and fill in the blank. Look at Tesla, guys. Who took Tesla long? Who took Tesla long? What a beautiful move that is. Very nice move. Keeping an eye on NVIDIA, seeing if we can get a move higher. Again, still bearish on SPY. I may take a partial here in just a moment on the SPY, momentarily. Let's see if we continue this move. Microsoft, yes, yes, yes. We will go ahead and, I'm going to take a tiny bit off the SPY. We'll still leave some size, okay? Just in case we get a nice breakdown here. Talk about rule number 1, pay yourself first. That's exactly what we're doing here. Beautiful move. Microsoft, same thing. I'll trim up just a tiny bit. We're still leaving plenty of size on these positions, guys. We're up big on these moves. Microsoft, I want to see a break now, 429. I'm going to actually trim up on my NVIDIA position again, which is a long position. After seeing the SPY aim lower, Q's aim lower, Microsoft's lower, Meta's lower, it's hard to be as bullish, but NVIDIA is definitely holding up nicely. So I'd say that's the good news. Apple kind of holding up, which I'm totally fine with hanging on for a little bit longer. Richmond manufacturing data is going to be in 1 minute, along with additional information, which housing price index, etc. 9 o'clock. Or sorry, 10 o'clock. Sorry. We have consumer confidence, 10 o'clock. Richmond manufacturing, 10 o'clock. Richmond service index, 10 o'clock. And the Richmond, what does this say? Shipments. Let's see what happens. Trimming on the way into that news, which is perfectly fine by me. Let's get rid of some risk. Can always add, right? Like this Microsoft trade at this point, autopilot. It's just whatever it prints, I'll take it. SPY, kind of same thing. Jared, I agree. And if it doesn't, I mean, this is the level, right? So 227, maybe it bounces. I mean, we saw what happened the last time it got in this area, 226, 227 area. Heck, it didn't want to breach 225. I've talked about 225 level forever. I mean, if it breaks $225 today on Apple, guys, I'm going to be banking it. I'm going to make a ton of money on that trade. But because 225, there's like huge institution money there. And after the announcement, and now people are getting a little bit, scratching their head going, is the iPhone 16 really terrible? And my answer is, yes, it is. But anyway, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I just think they're going to see a lot bigger problems. Guys, look at the SPY now. If we see a break below 565 today, guys, toilet big time. So be careful, be careful, be careful. Now, I'm not going to take a partial until I see, 565 on the SPY. Coin in big trouble now, guys. Wow, beautiful move here. Let's just do it now. I want to get rid of some risk. I still have some size though, guys, so plenty of size to take advantage of the further move down. Guys, we're up $4,200. Let's go. NVIDIA all out, perfect. All right, guys, we're printing now. Be careful. For those of you guys who took Tesla long, be very careful. This is a big move on the Qs, a big move on the SPY. I don't know if this is a big sell-off or if this is just a profit-taking notion. But that break in the SPY, I've been waiting for that all morning. We're getting it now on Apple. We're getting it now on Microsoft. We're getting it now on the SPY. We're getting it now on MasterCard. Seeing it now in NVIDIA. Okay, so be careful if you're long right now. Either trim up your position. I mean, actually, cue the disclaimer. Do whatever you want. But this could be the beginning of a stronger pullback, or if you're trimming up, let's say you're long, right? Let's say you were long Tesla at the open, and you're trimming up your position. I mean, that's okay because you could always add if we go back through that position and you feel confident that we're going to move higher. But part of that is getting rid of some risk, unless you're CC YOLO. Bless them, CC, wherever you're at, man. Hope you're doing well. Let's look at coin. Yeah, definitely below that 170. So here's the troubling thing. When you see a knee-jerk reaction like that to the downside, we now have a new control bar. So look at your SPY and your Q, and technically you can look at like NVIDIA or any of these other charts. Look at the current candle we're on. If you're on a 1 minute, move over 2 candles. That's your new control bar. So in order for us to be bullish on the day, we at least have to get over that bar. At least. Right? I mean, there's no guarantee that we do, but at a minimum, we'll need to get over that. So then that becomes your question throughout the day. Like, okay, are we able to get above that? So if you really want to, you could mark your chart. It's just above the close anyway. But I'd encourage you guys, like, as you're looking at these charts, and oh my gosh, here we go. Here comes the break. I'm actually going to add here a couple of these positions. Look at Microsoft. Let's go. There it is. Here comes Apple. Oh my God, guys, this is a big sell-off. Big sell-off coming. If I would have held on to my full position on the SPY, guys, I'd be up freaking huge right now. Oh well, this is what it is. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit off of my Apple position. Just a tiny bit. Thanks and profit, thanks and profit. I am free rolling the rest of the day, guys, just like that. Easy money today. Easy money. The rest of it can dance. I mean, at this point, just trimmed up on several of my positions. Let's see. Very tempted to add to Microsoft here. I mean, I think Microsoft really has some 419 maybe. Anybody take any of these positions? Hopefully you're able to. Hopefully we made some money together today, guys. Again, I don't want to sound full bear, but we talked about it for the last week. Levels that I want to watch. I wanted to look for structure. We got, some of that structure, but it was pre-market. So seeing that rejection pre-market, for me, I was like, well, we do run the risk of retesting that. And if I'm wrong, I'll get out of the way. And then, if it fails, we can reposition. So for those of you guys who've been following, listening for the last, I don't know, week or so, you guys know I've been reticent or hesitant to say, hey, here's what I'm long, here's what I'm short. I'm looking for entries, basically. Like if this happens, great, I'll go long. If this happens, great, I'll go short. So I think, these markets can be really tricky. My concern is now, so 565 on the SPY, if that breaks, guys, we're the 10%, I think 7 to 20% correction likely in the next 6 months can happen. Doesn't have to fall completely straight down, but even if you take the low end of that spectrum, 7% on 560, do the quick math on that, right? Where does that put us on the SPY? And it doesn't, believe me, it sounds like it's a long way away. It's really not. You got to figure the longest time we were talking about SPY breaching 500, and that was being impossible. That's only 10% away. So again, I'm not saying it's impossible. I don't want markets to tank. I don't want recession to happen, but I really think that there's a rising concern, and especially with China. I think playing coy for the longest time. This was kind of my concern: is, hey, our economy's doing terrible. Our economy's doing terrible. Our economy's doing terrible because we're saying it's terrible on our side, and then to see the justification, the match go, oh, just kidding. We've been building for the last 20, 30 years, and growing. And yeah, we kind of squeezed our population for a while, but now we're going to give them an opportunity. Here's some money. And they're able to do that without having a huge marginal or, nominal impact from a inflation standpoint. Whereas if we were to do that right now, can you imagine freeing up another $1 trillion to just give to people? I mean, that would help our economy tremendously, but we can't afford to do that right now as a country. So anyway, I digress. Who am I to say? What do I know? I will say though, phenomenal start to the day. Now being able to just kind of look for, hey, do I add on some of these positions? Do I find new ones? Do we turn around here? Sure, maybe we could, but I mean, this is kind of the beauty of letting a position grow. I am watching Meta. I wanted to short it when it was at 560 to something. Then even when it got to below 560 and coulda, shoulda, woulda, 7 points later, it still looks good to short. I don't know. I just can't really touch it right now. All right, I'm going to read some of these notes here, guys. I'm sorry. It's just me riding solo. I think Scott might be out till Thursday, possibly. I know for sure I'm going to be gone Thursday, Friday this week, guys. So for those of you who weren't here yesterday, I'll be gone. So Thursday I'll be here for the open, likely for maybe an hour, if that. I got to get on the road early in the morning on Thursday, and I'll be out all day Friday. I think Scott plans to be here for Thursday and Friday, but in the meantime, I think he's just trying to wrap up his move and to get it all done while he still can. So uh, forgive his absence, I'd say. Hopefully he gets moved in here soon so he can join us again. But yeah, in the meantime, riding solo yesterday and today, it could be a little bit of a challenge, but I appreciate y'all being patient and gracious. So let's see. I'm gonna go back just a little bit. Look at coin. Yep. Okay. Canary just died. Mark. Yeah. Are you talking about Apple? Because that's my canary or one of them. Let's see. Hard for me to have the confidence to hold for multiple points. Most lately, Microsoft has been super reliable. Cool. Jared, yeah. Mark, yeah. We'll either go down and turn around. Yeah. Thank you for posting that, Seth. Thank you for doing that. Normally I'd be posting that too. So screen share is blocked. Really? You guys can't see a screen? See, Tesla short. It's a nice going well until we bounce. I would just ride it. DVG. Don't add now. Jim, yeah, jump. Short, yep, short SMCI and NVIDIA. Green. Heck yeah. How did you figure out this down day after a massive Chinese pump? Hopefully I answered some of that. Abdul was just, I was kind of ranting there. The big thing is, look, again, we could totally turn around and move higher, right? I mean, let's be honest. The bulls are without a doubt just incredibly strong in the last month, right? Here's kind of like, by the way, look at JPM taking off. JPM's taking off, guys. That you want that. You want banks to take off right now. Actually, hold on. Give me a sec, guys. What's GS doing? Okay, GS is just that's not a good thing. Okay, hold on. BAC maybe. C, yes. Okay. JPM guys, we want to see this. I don't know. Let me see if I can find out what's going on. What about BlackRock? BLK maybe? No. Wow, what is this? A huge move, guys. Looking at Citibank, looking at Bank of America, looking at Wells Fargo. I think, well, maybe that's why Wells Fargo, I think, was going through like a lawsuit or something like that. I'm sure there's some inside baseball there we don't know about. I think some of the assets at Wells Fargo are going to probably get bought up by other banks, maybe Bank of America and JP Morgan. I'm just speculating. I don't know. I haven't heard any news. But seeing a really big down leg on Wells Fargo and it basically the complete inverse of what's happening with JPM. So I'm curious to see what's going on there. Could be some asset allocation or movement there. All right, let's see. Timber Convert falls almost 3 years. Yep, exactly. Hurricane coming to that area too sometimes. Probably wants to finish before then. Kev, yeah, on the move. Yep, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Hopefully everything he's, in situations like that, man, I get worried just because that family members impacted in like Houston, especially. I've got friends and family out in the Houston area, and when they had a few hurricanes that were really pretty gnarly. So anytime I hear about that, I'm like, oh man, just be careful, be safe. At a minimum, maybe have like a toboggan to float on or something. Like I don't know. It's kind of scary. Tesla bouncing pretty nice. Nvidia holding. So we talked about this yesterday too. Look at sectors, okay? And then within those sectors, there's going to be a number one, maybe even a number two. So when you're looking around sectors, like I'm looking at financials right now, I'm also looking at, like, say, for example, MasterCard, Visa. We know that they got that impacted on their, what's the impact of their business going to be if, let's say, Walmart starts a trend to move directly to ACH? Now you're going to a clearinghouse, so you don't have to pay the processing fees, which, let's face it, if you have cash, okay, this is kind of the beauty of what is MasterCard, Visa, these credit card companies. If you take $50 and you go down to your local store, I don't know, let's just say your, gas station, right? You give the guy $50, okay? He now takes that $50 and goes and buys dinner with that same $50. And then that person, maybe tips the waiter, whatever. And let's just say that $50, that person goes and buys lunch with that $50. Guess what? At the end of the day, that's still $50. It's still $50. When you go through processing fees, every time you pay with a credit card or something like that, or anytime you use a MasterCard or Visa, you're basically that $50 is now 3% less. And then the next time it's used in a card format, it's 3% less. So you're losing, instead of keeping that $50 at its face value, $50, you're losing 3% every time that $50 is traded hands. And so what Walmart's doing, frankly, they're like, hey, wait, that 3% we could be adding to our margins, which as a direct result, when you take the amount of stuff they move, that's a ton of money, right? And they've negotiated the heck out of their deal with Visa and MasterCard, I'm sure. I mean, that's what they do. They're incredibly good at that. So even with that, they were like, hey, screw this. We want to have our own way to transact via ACH and basically direct, like, cut them out of the picture, which is really, I mean, if they started that, who do you think is going to follow? Target, Amazon. I mean, that could have a huge impact on their business. Now, granted, this is a short-term outlook. Let's be mindful. How many of you have a Visa or MasterCard in your pocket right now, right? Or in your wallet or in your purse or whatever. So again, it's worth noting when you're looking at, let's say, financial services, right? Technically, I would say MasterCard and Visa kind of fall in that bucket. But I'm also looking, let's say, banks. So if you look at banks, who's your favorite bank? You guys already know my favorite bank, but there's others, you might have your own opinion as to why you have a favorite bank. But start picking the names like that in these sectors. Like, I think Microsoft, in theory, it has been a fan favorite. It is an incredibly run company. It is, it's a good company. They've got multiple ways to make money. I'm going to look at Amazon actually right now. Sorry. It's a pretty strong pullback on Amazon. But I think fundamentally it's hey, how do we, these companies are going, look, like, we made our money on Microsoft because they probably bought it when it was $200. And they're not buying 5 shares, 10 shares, looking for 3 points like we would normally, day traders. These are guys that can hold it for 2 years, 3 years. right? And collect 30, 40% on their move. So does it mean we go straight down? No. It could though. It could, especially with the rising tide happening, no pun intended, but there's a rising tide coming in Japan. Or sorry, in China. Like I don't think you guys understand. Like, that's huge news. Keep in mind, amidst like China saying, "Oh yeah, our economy is just so bad. It's so terrible. It's so terrible." Oh, just kidding. We're going to free up $1 trillion almost effective immediately to lend. Go. I mean, that's what? So I don't know. Kind of an interesting tactic. And I think that part of the next exchange, we'll say, like, here's a fun fact. During, not to go morbid per se, but during World War II, there was actually an oil war that was happening at the same time that no one knew about. And I think, in a similar sense, amidst all this, turmoil that we see, and again, hearts and minds go out to the families impacted. I don't know. I think there could be an economic war that happens now. It's digital in nature. It's currency related. So, so I've been talking about currency for like the last 2 weeks, looking at the different exchanges. Um, Also keeping an eye on money supply, by the way, which comes out today. So 1 o'clock. If I end up leaving for a bit, I definitely will be back for 1 o'clock to see what that news is. I'm not going to say that I'm going to trade it necessarily. But I definitely will be reviewing what that looks like for the M2 money supply. It's a big deal. If you look at our reverse repos, for those of you guys who don't know what that is, like it's basically a way for banks to trade money in between them and the Fed. So, so how do you add money into the system, and how do you take money out of the system? And a lot of times people use it to say like, hey, I don't want these dollars, give it to the Fed and say you do something with it, because I know I can't go make 10% on it. So give me a coupon and a promise I could buy it later at a certain rate, right? And that's how reverse repos work. And so what happened during COVID, which if you look at I mean, I'm sure I could find the link if it's helpful if you guys want it, but or just Google it. But during COVID, we saw that spike, like literally beyond any level that we've ever seen ever, like including the financial crisis. And we're talking like orders of magnitude, not like, oh, another $1 billion. Like we're talking trillions of dollars, where basically banks were like, hey, we don't want this money. It becomes like, if you think about when we deposit money into a bank, you think, oh man, that's an asset for a bank. It's actually a liability for a bank, because they have to hold that dollar until you come in to collect it. So in the meantime, yes, they use those deposits to lend and move it around. But in the meantime, they have to do something with that deposit. And a lot of times they try to reinvest it in credit cards or whatever, lending. But during COVID, they weren't really able to optimize or multiply that money. So reverse repos. Um, and we've used that tactic for a while, but we really used it during COVID. And it's actually pretty genius to see China do that same exact move that we've done and apply it to their economy. And the difference is they don't have to report the same way we do here in the States. So take that for what it is. Anyway, let's find some trades, guys. All right, let's see. What do we got? Oh, man. Part of BNF, okay. TV said there's a okay. Some charge, TV advertisement. What's the best way to judge what to pay yourself for first look at multiple points? Kev, it's we're all different. There's oftentimes I get out too early. I mean, we talked about the SPY position even as an example. But I don't really care. My goal is to be not only green, but mitigate my risk. So like right now, what the maximum I'm going to risk? Let me look at this. $427 is the most I'm willing to give back. basically break even on all my positions. Like I won't give back any more than that. But we're up over like close, yeah, we're over $5,000 now. So like, you know, it's an interesting question, but it just depends. Like for me, my goal is to A, be profitable, B, optimize the move. And many times I miss, like I'm telling you right now, like if we break down, like what I'm trying to do more of, um, and get better is get the second leg of the move, right? Which sometimes it gets me in trouble because I'll end up breaking even and just get out of the trade. So I'm like, oh man, I was up right now I'm up like another 400 some odd dollars or just kind of dancing around. And if I have to give that back, that kind of makes me upset because it goes against kind of my philosophy and how I trade. But I'm trying to get better because oftentimes we'll see a break like we just saw now, and then there's a second break. And instead now I'm trying to find entries over there versus right now I have entries, just let them breathe, let them work for me, right? And take advantage of the bigger part of the move, which normally I just don't have the patience for. I'm like, hey, look, I'm up. I got money. That's $400. Bank it. I'm out of here. Um, but I'm trying to get better at that. So hopefully that answers questions. Kev, Will's waking up a bit. Oh man, I'm so behind, guys. I'm sorry. And I appreciate you guys typing here. Tesla over 254. I'd be careful on Tesla. Keep an eye on the cues. Okram, Nvidia much stronger on the day. AMD probably needs a whole 155. Let me pull that up quick. I haven't been watching that all day. Let's see. Wow, AMD tanking now. Nvidia tanking. GPM, CC Merchant Services Company for HSBC. Hey, Mark, thanks for that. Good call out for sure. Same concept you mentioned about credit cards. Apple is still banning its partnership with MA for the Apple cards. Actually, Kev, the whole thing with Apple and Goldman Sachs, I think, is a whole nother issue. So Goldman Sachs sponsored the Apple card, basically, and I think they did it through my Mastercard, if I'm not mistaken. I think you're right there. But Goldman Sachs is trying to dump that business. And guess who's trying to pick up that business? The biggest bank, right? JPM. But you already know that JPM, they're smart about it. They're like, hey, we're going to pick up this garbage, right? And I say it's garbage because frankly, like it wasn't a big moneymaker for them. Whereas like JP Morgan, that's a big part of their business. They know how to run a commercial or consumer bank, right? Goldman Sachs, they were trying to learn that part of it. Like, hey, maybe we can make some money in there, right? So by them picking that up, though, that gives JP Morgan an opportunity to negotiate for something else. Like, hey, if we're going to pick up this thing that you don't want, what do you think they're going to ask for? Something that they do want, you know? So there's some other stuff brewing there. Whole other topic. But anyway, for Microsoft, next leg down, possibly. Yep, same. I'm with you on that, Jared. Yep. Himself looks like Microsoft Interday. Yep, totally agree. PDD. You know what? I've been watching PDD and Baba. I'm waiting for them to find a base. So like PDD looks okay here, but 107.60, that bounce, keep your 200 active on that. I would suggest. Let's see. What is this? Okay. Who's talking about? Let's see. Do you know Shanghai already has robotaxis? I used one last year. Cool. Tell us about that, Abdul. Interesting. Yeah, I know that there's places like Waymo's got a facility. I think there are a couple cars running like Scottsdale, Arizona, I want to say, and parts of San Francisco. So they do have that robotaxi component, I think, via Waymo. What's interesting is there's also some new news about not allowing, and this is, I don't know if it's going to get signed into law just yet, but there's talks of any Chinese EV or any kind of connected vehicle, which keep in mind, okay, a lot of even things like, and I don't want to misspeak here, but let's just say there's other manufacturers that use the technology around V2V. So that's vehicle to vehicle or V2X. This is what they call it, is V2X. So V2X is basically connectivity between cars communicating with each other, cars communicating with, other things, whether that's a smart city, a stoplight, whatever, right? Well, apparently they're trying to put restrictions on that so that China can't have that in the U.S. Interesting. Okay, interesting. So more to come there. We'll see. Biden speak at the UN now. Okay, cool. Mark, let us know if you have a link there, Mark, for the UN speech. Let me know. If not, maybe you're listening. That'd be great. Video MD spreader Skype. Yeah, helps me manage the risk better. Close trade, but it looks like okay. I think I'm caught up. All right, guys. So I'm looking around. Look at Apple's printing, Microsoft's printing, SPY is printing. I don't care about those anymore. From like they're on autopilot, right? I want to find us a trade. I would stay away from bottom fishing right now, guys. Unless so we have new. Oh shoot, I missed PKTX. Okay. Oh. Let's see. Gary. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna hold on. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Okay. Um, I'm gonna take over this. Well, now I feel terrible, guys. This whole time I'm like bouncing around my screens, and I thought you guys were watching this. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Can you guys see my screens now? Actually, let me ask a better question. Can you not see my screens? Because I'm sharing my screens now. So who was talking about PDD? Let's pull that up real quick. So obviously VWAP, that looks okay. 109 maybe, I don't know, but I'd rather see a push back to 200 because we did have a pretty strong push, right? An 8-point move, 50% retrace there puts you 106. So you're asking how I did that. It's just, $8 move, 50%. Ideal entry would be there. So let's just highlight that. If it were me on PDD, that's what I'd want to see. And maybe it doesn't happen. That's fine. I just won't mess with it. And the big reason too is, so first and foremost, as we always do, you start with a heat map. I don't care what time of the session, what time of the day you come into the markets. Take a look at this. Where's money moving to? Where's it moving away from? We're short MasterCard. People are talking about Visa as well. So congrats for those of you who took Visa to the downside. But they're one and the same, right? So we talked about that. But what I'm also seeing is some rotation into names like, okay, what's Estee Lauder doing, right? Also, you could argue probably Ulta. I haven't even looked, but I imagine Ulta, which is a Warren Buffett stock, is probably getting some decent support there. If Estee Lauder's up, right? Let's remember Micron reports tomorrow, which have an impact on the chip sector, right? And overall, I mean, we're kind of de-risking in the big tech names today. In fact, let's pull one up. PanW, Adobe. I like those two names, actually. Carvana. You guys remember I shorted this thing yesterday? Got in like right here, broke down, took a partial, ran me over. Ideal entry was 178 was what I was thinking. We got to 176, and now here we are. Oh, it's a gut punch. All right, let's pull up Adobe. Oh, that's gross. Probably could still short it here. Maybe a bounce up to here, 524. I'm actually gonna put an alert here. Let's do it a little bit sooner. Okay, got an alert there. So we pop up higher, and I'm still seeing the failure. Then I may get in to see the next leg down. I might have missed it though on Adobe. It's okay. Let's pull up CRM. see what I'm doing. Ooh, that's pretty gnarly. Guys, you see this though? Exuberance, big push, getting sold into. Um, I actually don't mind this short. CRM. What was the other one we were looking at? This, by the way, hit all-time highs, ServiceNow. So again, I wouldn't want to short that necessarily like, oh man, you know, this is a, 945 all-time high. So profit taking because it's 30 points, downside. It's not surprising. By the way, here comes the bounce on Adobe. Keep an eye on that. So I'll keep an eye, and then if it gets up to this like 525 level and rejects it, I may start building a short position on Adobe. What was the other one we were looking at though? I mentioned two. Adobe and W. Yeah, similar. I don't want to see 342 rejection on PanW. I just don't see, if you look at, we'll do big chart here. Look at this. I mean, here's your control bar. Some of you are asking, what do you mean by control bar? There's your control bar. Like it's basically, hey, if bulls get over this level, which is 48340 now, if you want to mark a chart, great. But notice actually, ironically, this yellow line here. I know some of you guys give me a hard time that my charts look like the Metro line. Shout out, I think Mark, that's you. But this level's been there forever. This 483.54. I've had that level in there for a long time. But it's off by 14 cents, right? I mean, high here is 483.40. But you could argue as soon as we broke that level is when we went down. However you want to look at it. But anyway, point is that level's been there. This is your control bar. The bulls have to break out above this to make a move for markets to move higher. What do we have in the news? Let's see. That could possibly help with that. We already got the information today. I think the only thing left is your M2 money supply and your 2-year note. So like, again, not a whole lot of news here in the States for the rest of the day. And we've seen what's happened traditionally. Once a direction's chosen, we kind of keep going that way. Again, we're at what level? I don't know. But anyhow. So PDD, we'll wait for 106.34. Got an alert down there. Microsoft, we're waiting for the break. Apple, we're still waiting for 225 to get tested, tempted, shorted. I mean, if we break 225, I'm going to add. How much do I have left? I've got a little over 150 shares left on Apple. Same thing with Microsoft. So if we start breaking down, I'll actually probably use options and just take some levered action on that to the downside. Let's see. 1 second, guys. How'd you guys do today? How are we doing today, guys? Let me just do a quick poll. Hang on 1 sec. Is this right? I think this is it. What was your trading session? There we go. You don't have to participate, but it helps. It's okay if you're red, if you're green. It's okay either way. But maybe there's an opportunity, right, for us to help the community get better, etc. So please share. Don't be shy. We're not here to shame anybody. If anything, we're trying to make sure everybody gets better. That's the whole goal of this community, guys. The goal is how, why, what's the thought process, right? I try to do my best explaining it, so hopefully it helps. And it's not easy to do that while trying to find trades, while trying to make trades, while trying to post trades, right? But we'll try to do our best. But if we can make things better, we always like to if we can. Let's see. All right. So overall, it looks like we've got about 60-40-ish, 60-40 split today. 60-40 split. Seth's got to go. Cool. Right on. Thank you, Seth. Micron affected NVIDIA much, even though NVIDIA. So, Kev, I think the answer to that is it's like a spotlight thing. So we talk about like sympathy plays, sector plays. In fact, I don't know. I think I have it saved. Let me see. Did I save it? Please save it. Please save it. Did I save it? Is this it? So here's kind of an interesting way to look at sectors. Get rid of XLK, I guess. But you could kind of like just by looking at this, you can see like which sectors are performing the best at the moment. And I know you talk about a messy chart. This is one for sure. But what's cool is you can actually see like, okay, utilities right now leading. XLP is next. You got XLP after that. But if you look at kind of the loss leaders right now, you've got XLK, which is tech, right near the bottom. But like if you're looking at, obviously we have two ways of breaking this down. We have a heat map, overlay them together, but that way I could keep an eye on like, hey, what's moving now? And this I just shrunk to like the open. By the way, I just got an alert on Adobe. But notice utilities. So when I see utilities at the top of the heap, right, that tells me people are moving to safety, like big time. Because utilities are kind of like the safe bet, defensive in nature. So again, worth noting. I know this is a super messy chart, but it's kind of a quick way to look at what are the actual industries or sectors doing across the board just by overlaying them all together. So hopefully that makes sense. You can look at it over obviously a different period of time, if that helps. But look at like KRE, it's like way down here, for example. I know that's not really an actual sector, but I've overlaid it just to see how it's performing in comparison. Like as they're talking about rate cuts, like who's really benefiting from that, right? So anyway, hope that helps. I will get rid of that. Let me go back to day trade. Oops. Okay, let's go. There we go. Down the heat map there, PanW, CRM, Adobe. Okay. So I'll keep it on Adobe here. I may try to put a short in here. Let's see. So back to Micron, to kind of answer your question, it's more of a sector update. Like if Micron's not doing well and they miss, like it's going to have a tangible impact on all the chip names. Like everything right now, it feels like it's being treated. Remember I talked about like I'm looking at kind of groups of two of everything. That's a big reason why. Like let's say Adobe and CRM. That's why and PanW. Like here's kind of okay. Which one of these two look similar? Not like ignore Google for a minute. But you've got CRM here at the bottom, PanW here at the top, and you've got Adobe here at the bottom. Which two look very similar? Anyone? Gold star? No wrong answer. But the point is like, so these are technically secondary tech names. I mean, you could argue PanW is not, neither is Salesforce, but because they're in the Qs, but they're not as heavily weighted as they are in. Why am I drawing a blank on the other one? Not RSP. I'm forgetting the other sector off the top of my head, guys. Forgive me, but fundamentally, like there was money moving into this secondary tranche of tech, right? We've seen it. Like it's just there's your move on CRM, there's your move on Adobe, even after horrible guidance after the earnings, and now we're seeing it retreat. So, like I actually like CRM to the downside here, 567 or 267. I'll go ahead and add a short there. I'll build if I get run over, fine, but it's fine. I'll just be a small size. I'll do the same thing here at 5.2. Where are we at? 5.23. See if I can get a 5.2310 on Adobe. And these will be build positions. If we don't get Adobe, we may not get the bounce. 5.2310. But I think there's more sector updates than I think anything. And when I say that, like here's NVIDIA. Check this out. Yeah, sure. Hello. Keep an eye on P2D still. So NVIDIA, let's look at SMCI. Would you say these two charts look similar? Or do these two charts look similar? Or you see what I mean? Like if you're trying to find correlated stocks, obviously within the same sector, it's going to help. But when you look at which ones are more heavily weighted, obviously NVIDIA's got a ton of weight to it, but NVIDIA's been one of the weaker names, believe it or not. For the longest time, it was like one of the strongest names we've seen around, but it's been dancing around 1 or 2% to the upside or downside when it's we've seen it move 15 to 16% a day. Again, abnormal moves, but anyhow, I think MU has a bigger impact than I think most are anticipating. So I'd be looking to names like SMCI for sure on that, and NVIDIA. All right, JPM changing direction. Yeah. So that's what so I'm at JPM. Let's see. Yeah, so Mukram, this is I want to see this kind of volatility in banks right now. I know it sounds bad, like when I say that out loud, but normally JPM like these they don't move much. Maybe $1. Like go to like Bank of America, go look at the average daily move on Bank of America. It's pretty low. JPM, you can see it's kind of the same thing. But seeing this level of volatility, there's something happening that we don't know about in the banks right now. And we've talked about the two sectors we want to see lead markets, right? For a longer cycle. And those two industries are tech and financials. If you see tech and financials leading the way, aka showing strength and moving higher, we have an opportunity for it to continue to have a bullish market and or a healthy market, right? So, in fact, let me pull up the VIX here and see what the VIX is looking like right now. Okay. Still, it's not unhealthy, I wouldn't say. We don't want to see a breach over 21 though. That means we'll be entering a bull trend here. Hey, we got filled on Adobe. Not sure I love it though now. It might actually pop higher here. Let's see. I'm more than happy to get out of the way and try 525. If we get above this candle right here, which is 523.51. So again, this is a build position to the downside, so it's not like a big commitment just yet. But if we move over this candle here, so I'll give it till 60, 523.60, I'll get out. Small little loss there, which is totally fine by me. I can always reposition, which is right here at the previous low, 525. If we see a rejection there, almost like a ceiling, form up to 525, great. I get a better entry. And then if we start to break down, I'll add on the way down. Let's look at these. So low on the 426. Yeah, no, Microsoft's still got more in the tank, I think. This actually isn't that big of a move on Micron to the downside. So we missed PDD, guys. PDD's got a nice pop on it right now. Shucks. Did anybody take that, by the way? Just curious. Some people were talking about PDD. So do we get a bounce? Do we get a bounce? I'll be watching for rejection 562 on Meta. Only concern right now is SPY is kind of firming up a bit, heading towards a VWAP. Same with the Qs. In fact, I'll leave the Qs up here in the corner. I'm gonna have that there. So we got NVIDIA aiming lower still. Meta trying to push higher. Again, the only concern I have with Meta is they've got their big summit tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. Let me just double check. Uh, Event is scheduled for September 25th and 26th. So yeah, tomorrow. And they plan to talk about virtual and augmented reality devices, kind of what they're doing with the partnership with Ray-Ban at Meta, which is why I think they got that huge push the other day. Was that Ray-Ban partnership was deepened a bit. We're gonna look to lower costs on that as a result. Then let's see. Yeah, and then of course, like I mentioned, AI. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just wait for Meta. But that one could get pretty volatile in the next day or two. So like most of the time, people are trying to get ahead of the hype. See if they can buy into it, right? Let's see. Hey, we might get a 525 shot here on Adobe. That works for me. Watching Pan W2, Palo Alto, CRM maybe 269 area. We'll see. In a perfect world on Adobe, we might actually get 526 and change. I like these 200 rejections, by the way. So CPNW, Palo Alto. Look at this. Right into every time it's hit that 200, the yellow line. So there's guys asking what does it mean by the 200? Yellow line rejection, straight down. Or went just right now, hit the yellow line, straight down. CRM, yellow line. If we get a push lower, shorted. But if this becomes the new, floor, then we could definitely push higher. But we'd have to see the Qs and the SPY move higher, which might happen. Meanwhile, check that out. PDD obviously running way better than Baba right now. Let's see what Baidu's doing. Might be my next trade is in the Chinese stocks. Let's find out. Hmm. Oops. Okay. Sorry, guys, just popping around, keeping an eye on some stuff here. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Strong move on PG. Wow. SMCI, guys. It's like my favorite stock, I think, in the last couple of weeks. I won't mess with it. You guys don't. You guys don't really trade this one, right? So I can get it out of here and just keep it on a different screen. All right, so let's keep an eye on the cues here at the VWAP. Again, when I see like a confluence or convergence here of the 200 and the close, and it coincides pretty closely with this control bar. If we get above that, guys, we should see a really strong push to the upside. So for those of you bulls out there, um, if you're looking for a lower risk trade, this is it, right? And so if you see a break below here, again, this is not quite a control bar. I would argue this is right around control, because if you kind of add those two bars up here, you're getting that move. But maybe your stop loss could be here under 481.21. Like regardless of where you're going long. Like if you're long Meta, if you're long Nvidia, and if you see the cues break this level here, you're probably going to see it break in that if you're in the tech names, right? Seeing a nice move now in Baba. Keeping my eye on Meta. Like, does Meta just shatter 562 and just continue to take out the high of day? I don't know. Or do we see that rejection at the 200? Keep an eye on it. CRM now moving above that 200. Palo Alto getting rejected at the 200. This could be my next short here. Palo Alto Networks. Again, I don't want to be short while the Qs are going higher on a tech name. So if this continues, where's my arrow? This continues to move higher, then I don't want to be, shorting this name here. So I'll keep an eye on it. I'll be patient. Apple trying to find some buyers. Oh, Apple. This could give you an opportunity to add to the running shares I have left, but I may not. I may just step away and then wait until it's a pretty strong move on the Qs now, guys. Pretty strong. See what it does here at the close. Yeah, I may find a bullish position, something in like, I don't know, coin maybe? No? I really love coin. It's kind of hanging out there at the lows. Yeah, maybe not coin. Actually, it might be JP Morgan. If I'm going to go long anything. Right now, I'm trying to wait patiently to find better positions to get short. However, if the Qs and the SPY, I should put this, I don't know, put that there. If the Qs and the SPY continue to move higher like they are now, I mean, it'd be probably a better idea to go long here, but yeah, worth noting, I have been trimming up positions as we moved against. The only thing I have left now, got a small position in Apple. And then we got stopped out of Adobe there shortly after we entered, but I mean, 20 cents. I'm not going to cry over 20 cents. Liking the CRM trade right now. Let me see what this looks like. 268. So what I want to see like on Adobe is an overshoot of 525, like just a little bit, like, 525, 50-ish, and then see it come back down. So almost um, like an airplane that runs out of, you know, fuel on the way up. Just it goes back down. Same thing with Salesforce. So keep an eye on Salesforce. Um, Interestingly enough, I think this 262 to 264 level is kind of a key area. So if it stays above that, I may just, move on. But if I can take advantage of 3 to 4 points to the downside, why not? Markets are looks like they're firming up though. Looks like we are trying to move higher. Literally Q's 36 cents away, 0.07% from back to the close after this, pretty strong move to the downside, 4 points. 1% move to the downside. Now we're looking to push higher. Maybe it's time to get long, guys. Let me pull up SMCI. See what that looks like. SMCI. What does that look like? 470, 470? No, can't do it. Can't do it. Won't do it. Still watching Meta here at this 562. If we get above 562, I might be tempted to go long Meta. If we continue to reject it like it is now, I might be tempted to short Meta. It's kind of 50-50 on Meta right now. Not in a rush to enter anything, give any money back. No thanks. But again, markets are firming up a bit. We talked about the control bar. Let's go big chart again. VIX obviously pulling back. Here's your control bar. So 483.40. Where did we get here? 483.04, which I think was right at the close, wasn't it? So this literally has to push another 50 cents, and we've now completely engulfed the upside. So it could be time to get bullish if this action continues. And the same principle applies that we've been talking about for the last 2 days. So say for the SPY, for example, again, forgive some of these levels here. All-time high, 572.88 on the SPY, okay? 57109 was kind of like a magic interim level, and ironically, it tagged it here in pre-market, which I think was kind of funny. But it's an area I marked as like a median between the top and where I saw some of the price action come in for point of control. So I marked it for the time being. I'm sure I could probably update that. Maybe it's up or down a few cents. Let's just call it a range. So these two blue lines here, I'd say are kind of, if we're going to see sideways action, something like this, and something like this, I wouldn't be surprised at this point, right? However, if we see what I've been talking about beforehand, which is a push into this area, so above 571 and below 572, start seeing some strong rejection up in this level, I'd be starting to get bearish again. I think if we get above this 55 here, obviously we'll probably give that area a try. Looks like bulls are trying to come in and validate. Like we should test this zone, maybe even test the all-time high. If we do break out, kind of what I have printed in now should be best case. I'd say right up in this area. So this is like being optimistic. This 57660, 57670 area. If we start breaching that, well, then it's blue skies. You could argue it's blue skies over 572, but justification, if you look at like all the price action they have built into all the options, etc. This is kind of This is kind of like I think we'd be approaching somewhat best case scenario. So if we start seeing rejection up here, I might start building a short, and then that might be the high of the year. I don't know. Cue the disclaimer. But that's kind of what I've been looking for is, hey, how do we test this area, 572 area, fail? We did that kind of pre-market. We did that yesterday. We got above 571, failed, got above 571 again today, failed, didn't quite, we should have breached this all-time high, even in pre-market. And then if it didn't hold, right, then you would move your retest of the all-time high higher. We didn't do that. So that was concerning. I think someone was asking, like, why would you short? That's a big reason why. And I did mention before, we could bounce, right? We're hanging up at the all-time highs. So to say like, oh, hey, we're in a bear trend, false. We're not. Look at this thing. It's straight up, right? I just think there's a lower probability of bearish behavior here at the open. But looking at this chart now, I actually becoming more bullish now. Our job as traders is to understand price action, understand levels of support, and then specifically like which ones you're trading or which stocks you're trading. Here comes the Adobe. I was talking about this move, push over 525 and change. Same with this CRM. I want to see these like slightly go higher, then run out of steam, and then whoop, start to dump. If they don't, I won't short them. I don't know. Anybody take a long position because this is your opportunity if you were bullish. Talked about it earlier, like, hey, if you're thinking about it, this is probably where you may want to consider that. And that's a pretty strong turnaround in the market. And here's the good news. As traders, you could be bearish, you could be bullish, and you can make money either way. It just depends, right? So that's kind of the joy of day trading. All right, I'm watching SMCI now. I know you guys don't trade that one too much, but 470 target. Strong push on the SPY now, guys. We're gonna break out in the Qs. Might be time to get bullish here. Let's see what happens. JPM. All right, let's see. I just saw your question, Kev. I'm not sure. You said what move into what sectors would be bearish for the market, like WMT, Amazon, energy. Predominantly like utilities. Start there. Kev, I know I just saw your question from like 15 minutes ago. PD trying to get 110 hold. Yeah. 152. Sorry, Macron. I just saw that on Tesla. The post. A little delayed here. Starbucks breakout. This Macron is amazing in an hour and a half. I waited to pull back, but no. Not long again. Yep, PD. Get over. Okay. Mark, did you? I don't know if you. It looks like you just got it right now on PDD. Pizza party. You buying? Right on it. Cool. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I would say, look, I'm not opposed to being bullish or bearish. Like, I'm okay jumping between the two. Obviously, we're in a bull trend in the market, right? We did a sell off this morning. I was bearish at the open, and seeing it being snapped up like this and close that gap, frankly, of the sell off. I mean, even from a technical standpoint, that's showing some bullish behavior. So do bears jump in now? I don't know. They might actually get a little bit scared, right? They might be like, hey, let's see how high they want to push this thing. I'd be looking at those levels we talked about earlier on the SPY. Qs, you could do the same thing. 486.09 is kind of the magic, I'd say the bell ringer for me as far as the big push to the upside. If we get above 486.09, I think that's when we really start seeing some Momo come in, start pushing like the 490 area. And looking around, kind of scratching my head going, man, this could have been an opportunity to buy the dip. Everyone's been kind of programmed to do that for the last 3 months. Why would it be any different today? It's kind of wild, to be honest. All right, let's see. What's this looking at? I don't know if I love that. Salesforce now pushing 270. I will try to short this thing. Let's see if we get a pullback. 26977. 26977. CRM. 26977. Okay, again, it's a small build on CRM. In case it decides to do a U-turn here and head lower, awesome. I might have caught the top of this move. If we see 270.30, I'll be out. Just kind of trying to time some entries here. Obviously, you can't get the exact top sometimes, but looking to see if people start to panic and sell off, right? Totally fine with being wrong on some of these trades. Watching Adobe here, 525, 53. I'll put a small short position there. So notice, like, even on these Adobe ones, or I have 2 positions now on Adobe and CRM. I got out, right? We talked about the level I'd be out. So just respected my stop, saved myself a ton of, it moved up what, 2-3 points. But now if it can come to me and get a better entry, I'm okay with that. Because we're really dealing with the battleground here. Realistically, I think we push higher. Realistically. Like the fact that we dipped that low, full 1% to the downside and then bounced this strong. I mean, look at the last, I don't know, what was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, like 25, 30 minutes? It's been nothing but buying. So right now, if you ask me, I'm more bullish than bearish, but I'm too late to the party. Who had PDD? Mark, is that you? Look at you, man. You just went for it. Good for you. Good for you, man. That's a beautiful, beautiful move. Are you adding or trimming? Which one? I didn't see where your entry was. Yeah, man, that's an amazing move on PDD. Very, very nice. Kind of jealous I didn't get to take it. I have it up. I've been staring at it. It's a little bit on my side screen here, but even it was at, I think we were talking about it at maybe 108, 108 and change or something like that. I'm like, nah, I want to see 106. That's kind of the trouble, though. Like, I don't mind being patient and waiting for my magic number to get hit. And sometimes that means you don't get to take the trade. So I'm glad you were able to bank it, though. Good for you. Let's see, what time is it? 11:10. Okay. Well, listen, guys, I'm gonna step away for just a little bit. Before I do, let me ask, what charts or what stocks do you want me to take a look at before I go grab some lunch here? And like I said, I'll be back today around 1 o'clock. just to see how the M2 money supply is looking. I'm sure markets will move around a bit between now and then. But look, good news is we managed to pay ourselves first today to the downside. We took that literally almost the whole move. So, on the bounce back higher here, we got out, start trimming out of these positions. I literally have a really, really small position left in Apple. Like, it's kind of a joke. I may just dump that here in a bit. But let me ask, what stocks do you want me to take a look at before I head out for lunch? In the meantime, it sounds like I can leave you in Mark's hands. What an awesome trade, Mark. Amazing. You have 3 points on that thing. Here comes the SPY. Here come the Qs, guys. It's about to get aggressive to the upside. So maybe look at these names that we were talking about before: PanW, CRM, Adobe. Maybe this could be an opportunity to actually hit them for the upside. We'll see. See if we get some follow through here. Really looking for that 571 breakout on SPY. And I'd argue 485 on the Qs. In fact, let me grab some of those before I head out. I'm gonna grab some options on the Qs here, just in case it decides to move higher. Let's see. Tomorrow's expiration. Do a tiny spread, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take a few options on the Qs to move higher. If I head out for lunch. Not a big position. 5. Okay, let's see. Futu, Tim. Nice, Mark. Amazing. That's a huge day. Good for you. It's a mega green. Futu. Yeah, it's nice. Upside move there. I'm gonna leave PDD up here. It's moving so high. I've got to. There we go. Mark, I'm rooting for you, man. That's amazing. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. You just paid almost lifetime subscription with that. Good for you, man. It's huge. That's why we do it, though. Well, look, I'm gonna step away, guys, and I'm coming back at 1 o'clock. Literally, I'm just gonna grab some lunch. I'll be kind of around. Um, so if you guys ping me or something like that, I'm sure I'll, might be a little bit of a delay in response. But look, an amazing day today. We didn't have as great of a day as Mark on our side, but $5 grand, I'd take it. Look, for those of you guys who have questions for me, you guys have my email. If not, I'll post it here below. Let's do this. Oops. If I could spell, that'd be great. If you have any questions for me, shoot me a note. As far as posting this community, guys, we have one of the best communities in the planet. Use the network, right? Ask questions, chat amongst yourselves, find opportunities, ask what other people are trading. Mark had an absolute killer trade on PDD. Phenomenal trade. While I was hesitant, he went for it, and good for you. I'm super happy to hear that. Let's see. Like I said, 1 o'clock we will have some news. We don't have anything else up until then. We do have the 2-year note auction at 1 o'clock, and the M2 money supply is moving back to see what that looks like, see if that moves markets. In the meantime, we do have a couple options to the upside on the Qs. We've got a small short position on CRM. If we get stopped out there, no big deal. Pretty tight stop. Then we do have a couple running shares from earlier today on the short with Apple. So with that, I will see you guys at 1 o'clock. And Mark, Clifton will be sending you the invoice. Totally kidding, man. Good. Look at that. That was an expensive lunch break, guys. My goodness. Amazing job on NVIDIA. Talked about markets turning bullish. Wow. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I'm actually going to trim up my options on the cues here. I'm up nearly. I'm up over 100% almost on those options. Pretty wild. Big day for me. Hopefully, the same for you guys today. Nvidia would have moved. PDD would have moved. SMCI would have missed opportunity. That was. Wow, what a move on Nvidia. Missed on that. But all right, guys. Look, I'm gonna I'll be back at 1 o'clock. But amazing. Love that you guys are communicating amongst yourselves. Look at this. Look at this. I love this. Tim, Mark, that's an ideas back and forth. Half out Nvidia. Yeah, Mark, cool. Oh, you guys, you did take it. Amazing. Mark, yeah. The last couple of days, end of the little week. Yeah, I totally agree, Tim. So this particular exuberance, I think it was the last bit that Jensen sold. I'm just looking at news right now. 713 million looks like he was willing to sell with the stock. And then it looks like maybe because Taiwan Semi got part of that grant in Arizona. But I don't know. It's a pretty aggressive move. I don't really see, unless you guys know something I don't while I was away. Let me look at Nvidia real quick. Alibaba partners with NVIDIA to advance AI autonomous driving chart indicates positive momentum. It was at 10:19. What time did this thing move? I'm pretty sure that's the news. What's Baba doing? Yeah, moving higher. Cool. Yeah, I think that was the news that pushed it higher. No, look, you know what? The good news is, before I left, I had we had a small short position here in CRM, which I took a partial when it broke this 268, and then, or like right down here, 268.74 area, 269. So I don't really care if this thing moves higher or lower. And then I took the Qs long. Looking back, I wish I would have bought more because now I think we're in, breakout territory. 486.09. I think I kind of mentioned to you guys is the stop go for me on the Qs. The real question will be, what does the SPY do? Does it actually breach the 572.88 today and then push 575 to 576? I don't know. So I'm a little bit more bullish on the tech names right now. They have more room to move higher. We could see that today. Nvidia, absolutely ripping, amazing. So yeah, I'll be right back though. Give me like an hour. Awesome, awesome job, guys. Good afternoon, 44 Trading Nation. Hope everybody's doing well. As promised, back here 1 o'clock. Let's take a look at what we got going on with M2 Money Supply. Keep an eye on the 2-year note auction. Hopefully you guys have been paying attention to the SPY, if that 571 area we've been talking about, as well as the Qs. There's going to be a push. Now would be the time. If not, might be an opportunity to build some swings to the downside. Seeing JP Morgan retreat here in the afternoon. Nvidia still, wow, what a monster move. Yep, Tim, looks like you're looking at the same levels, Again, if we do see a push, though, it should be, a big commitment. Obviously, buying this dip, bulls have shown they are here to stay for the time being. I think it was Mark who had PDD earlier today. Huge congrats. What a huge move that was. Hopefully you paid yourself on the way up. Maybe even if you paid per round number, I think maybe we're in at 111 or something like that, 109. Got out 112, big partial there, and then 113. It's a nice payday. Very, very nice. And then which one of y'all are still in NVIDIA? Because that, once you see that clear over the high, 118.10 is that magical, like, I'd say floor. And technically that floor is probably going to move up to the psychological level of 120. Hopefully for those of you guys took NVIDIA, you're paying yourself on the way up. Taking advantage of, even if you got, 30 to 40% of that move, that's amazing. Len, amazing. Good job. We talked about getting a little bit bullish here before I stepped away for lunch. Clearly worked out, but again, we're hitting the fighting zone, right? This 486.09. I marked it here. Obviously, we pushed twice above that number earlier today. So 486.33, 486.26. Rejected both times. I think if something's going to move to kind of bring the SPY higher, it's going to be the Qs. So definitely paying close attention to the Qs here. We get above that, 486, 487 level. It's worth noting 503.52 is the all-time high on the Qs. And we haven't seen that since, well, it's been a while. Let me pull it up in a big chart. We'll actually find the date that happened. I think it was July 11th. July 10th. That was close. Not too bad. Not too bad of a memory. I still got it. Off by a day. I'll take it. We remember why, right? That was the CPI print. What are you guys holding at the moment, or what are you guys taking a look at? I'm looking at JPM right now, watching BABA and PDD, watching Meta, Apple, SMCI, NVIDIA, CRM. Still, Adobe was one that I was taking a look at before took off for lunch. Still a nice level, right? Even at the close, that rejection, that probably would have been a great entry to the downside. A 3-point move to the downside. Now, if Adobe breaks underneath 525.37, pretty good chance it's going to test the low of day. Little concerned that Qs are getting a little sheepish up here, but it's looking a lot more like a pretty tight consolidation, right? And then you can almost lay a ruler on that thing. right here. So I think the next time we see a 486 print, it's a good chance we try a new high of day. So if you're thinking of being short on this market, be cautious of the cues. Seeing JPM retreat for me, that's kind of a sign of, well, maybe financial sector could be in a little more hurt than we thought. That nice break on MA. Still have little baby size position on that one. Actually, I misspoke. Yeah, we got tagged out of MA earlier. 491 must happen here while I was out for lunch. Oh well, that's okay. See if we can find a new trade. I won't go big, I won't go heavy. An amazing day today. Nice bright green day for me. Let's see. What BA? BA could be interesting just because it sounds like they're coming to terms or an agreement for to stop the strike. So it's still kind of 50-50, right? You know, does the strike stop? Great. Well, we saw the exuberance in that move, but there's still a lot of headwinds in BA. So, and take a look at price action right now, 4.6 million on the day, typically 7. Yeah, yeah. On BA, Tim. My only concern is, like, trust me, there's plenty of overhead supply on BA. You know, literally up in like the 180s even. Um, it's that those headwinds on BA, and again, I could be wrong. Maybe it just jumps up to 175 overnight as it comes terms, agreements, etc. But um, I actually think BA is likely the next suitable guest for activist investing. Um, just because they've had such a big, like so many problems in the last even 12 months, let alone the last 3 years. So you look at names like Starbucks, right? When we had activists get involved there, you saw what happened there. Nike, similar. CMG, that wasn't really activist. That was just change of leadership, but still. I think BA could be uh, a great longer term opportunity down at these levels, but I'm not convinced yet. Still hoping Apple falls down to 210 by the end of the week. That'd be kind of nice. I'm actually really curious to see what Baba does over $100. I mean, I don't know if you guys been following Baba for a while, but I know I have, and it has been beaten down for years now. And if you look at their financials, it's actually pretty impressive. They do pretty well. For whatever reason, as soon as that thing would get in the 80s, sell off every single time. Now that we've completely exploded over 90 bucks, I mean, $100 is probably, you know, in the sights, in the crosshairs now. At what point do we see short positions start to get squeezed? Worth noting, Michael Burry, about a month and a half ago, I think it's like 40% of his portfolio, maybe something like that, is in China stocks. JD, Baidu, Baba. Back when Baba was like sub 80 bucks. In fact, let me look. So exactly what's in his portfolio. Let's see. So Baba 21%, Baidu 12%, JD 12%. So nearly 45% of his portfolio is in China stocks. That's Michael Burry, the guy, Big Short. For those guys who know. Yes, I think for a while there, I think the big concern with Baba is the one that we see that trades on what is it? It's New York Stock Exchange, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. The one that trades on the New York Stock Exchange is considered an ADR stock. It's an American Depository Receipt. So it's almost like an IOU. Um, Kind of like you have rights to a share, but you don't really own them. It's kind of weird the way that works. Like fractional ownership in a way. So I think there were some, you know, concerns with that back when maybe 2, 3 years ago. It was up at like 100 and some odd dollars. I think that's kind of going out the window though. If you can get a fractional share for 96 bucks, sounds like people are interested. So who knows? Maybe people will wake up to that fact also and get concerned about it again, but we'll see. Keeping an eye on the SPY, guys. Keep an eye also on the Qs. But the Qs up here in the top left, I'll actually zoom in just a tad so these candles are a little bigger. Normally I'd flip over to 5 minute, but actually let's do that. So it wasn't clear when when we got bullish. I think we called it get more bullish around here. Maybe. Look at this. It's just been non-stop buying. So congrats for those of you who turned bullish. I only took the Qs long. So definitely missed out on a couple of these really big moves. Nvidia is an example, but You know what? Sometimes you got to step away, do what you got to do, grab lunch. It's nice. You could argue pretty expensive lunch. Mark, I'm not sure if you took BA or not, but good luck. I'll leave it up here. HD is up. Caterpillar is up. Okay. Uber's up 3%. Netflix up 2%. Again, some movers, but if you look across the market, by and large, a lot of stocks are flat right now. I'm seeing some highlights in names like Caterpillar, Uber, Costco's down. Actually, Costco reports Thursday after the close. Let's keep an eye on the SPY here. I mean, I don't see why this wouldn't put a new high for the day, or at least try it. It's 571.20. That's 30 cents away on the SPY. And if we see that high a day, well, I won't say a guarantee, but you're going to see people try to push that 572.88 all-time high on SPY. So if I'm looking at this chart right now, I'm still bullish, on the overall markets. Certain names, that's arguable. Certain names may not share the same level of bullishness. Like Nvidia looks like it's ready to run away. What, 123 maybe? SMCI, I remember watching that down at 457 area, 45. I always like that 452, 454 area. It's potential long, and then I, you know, decided not to, just because it was down pretty big on the day. Target would be 470, and that's where we ended up, 473. So, oh well, coulda, shoulda, woulda. If only I had infinite depth, guys. Wouldn't that be amazing? As an infinite funds, that would be make this a lot easier to go. Oh, yeah, I like this. Boom. Story of all of us, I suppose. I'll tell you what. For those of you who are open to being bearish, you got a low risk trade here. Got your high of day at 571.20. You start building a short position here at 571 or so on the SPY, and if it's 571.20, get out of the way. So limited downside risk. Alternatively, if you are long, I would hold out until you see a breakout on the SPY. Cue the disclaimer, not financial advice. It's your money. Risk it how you want to. Okay. So we talked about it on Monday. Wednesday's the day. I think this week that we're going to find directionally, frankly, what we're going to do. Um, Again, I wouldn't be surprised. There's two kind of hypotheses, if you will. Obviously, China bailing out its economy right now. I'm more concerned that we're going to start seeing rotation into foreign markets. We're already seeing it in Argentina um, and Brazil. Now maybe we start to see it in China. We saw it today. Meta has its big, conference or whatever on Wednesday and Thursday. And the question becomes, does the math actually work out? Which it usually does. So I think you guys remember when we did a survey on quarter point or half a point rate cuts. Um, I appreciate everyone sharing their feedback. And I had voted that we would have 0.5% cut and we would move higher with one caveat. We'd spike and then sell off into the close and then likely move higher. We did. And that target originally, if you remember, it's like, where's the high? I don't know, probably 572 area, which seemed almost impossible because we were down at like 565-ish, maybe 568, I think is where it popped to a high. Well, we did. We tagged that 572 coming into um, a triple or quad witching last Friday. So the math made sense up to 572. What's being built in, best case right now, and based on options, order flow, a few other things, best case would be 575 to 576. Now, granted, if we get to those levels, who knows, right? They may switch gears. Maybe we get some news. Maybe we talk about, hey, we're going to print more money or we're going to whatever. Who knows, right? Anything can happen. But we also have our friend Jerome Powell. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I think it's on this list. Give me one second. I'm going to find out the exact time he plans to show up. Give me one second. Mhm. There he is. 9:20. 10 minutes before market open. Tomorrow morning. Jerome Powell will speak. So we have that, and we have Micron reporting after the close. And we have the news about China, all but freeing up a ton of liquidity, over $1 trillion worth of liquidity, which, by the way, that's $1 trillion worth of lendable liquidity. We all know that you can lend 10x. So that could be potentially $10 trillion. I mean, I'm not saying that's what it is, but let's just give it a 3x multiplier. That's $3 trillion of freed up assets leveraging reverse repos. We did the same thing, by the way, during COVID time. So, and we saw what the market did in that period of time, right? Just roared. So I'd be keeping an eye on that. Like if you're, later on in the evening, maybe you're up at 11 p.m. or so Eastern, keep an eye on HSI, the Hang Seng, and the Shanghai. Just keep an eye on those foreign markets. Keep an eye on what's going on in Argentina and Brazil. Highly recommend that. If you don't have a list of stocks there, I know I have a list. We don't normally trade them on a regular basis. I've been keeping an eye on them though, just because um, there wasn't as much liquidity in those stocks that I like to see to kind of be able to exit positions. If I grab, let's just say even 1,000 shares, usually you can get rid of 1,000 shares pretty easily. But on some of these names, if you have a low float, that makes it challenging to just click a button, market order, and get out. So I think someone asked about low float stuff a while back. That's a big reason why I don't like to trade those low float names because let's just say you build a position, 1,000 shares, 10,000 shares, you may not be able to exit that position as quickly as you'd like um, due to some liquidity issues in each stock. So I would keep an eye on those things. I'm a little concerned right now about the financial sector right now here in the US. Still keeping an eye on Bitcoin futures. Coin is obviously one representation of that. It's not the representation, but keep an eye on, things like BITO, like any of the ETFs in the Bitcoin space. Um, but again, I think the SPY likely pushes a new high of day before Jerome Powell speaks in anticipation of that. And then we'll know what's really going on tomorrow, 10 minutes before the market open. So maybe we see some selling beforehand. Maybe we see some buying beforehand. I don't know. What I do know is we're going to have some up and down markets, which is kind of a trader's paradise, right? So for those of you guys that were short with me this morning, we made a ton of money. We were able to walk away pretty early. And it was a great opportunity to get, buy the dip. And we saw that, we talked about getting bullish over certain levels. Several of you were able to take advantage of that. So the good news is you could be bullish or bearish and make money in these markets, which is phenomenal as a trader. Sometimes if you miss the move and it's a bull run and you missed it, well, you know, sometimes you become reluctant to buy the high of day, not a new high of day prints and so on. So, be cautious this week. Definitely keep an eye on these foreign markets. I think it's gonna say a lot. I think there's growing concerns right now about unemployment here in the U.S., namely because of they're now starting to release like the age groups in that unemployment segment. For those of you, like I skimmed AutoZone's report this morning. I wouldn't say, in fact, this AutoZone trading right now. I don't trade the stock; it's just super expensive. But it wasn't the greatest report. They missed on both sides, but it's such an expensive stock that for it to be kind of relatively flat, down 1.5%, that's still $46, right? 46 points. But they were like basically trying to bake in inflation. They're like, we need inflation so that we can improve our margins, and we run the risk of laying people off. And it's a common theme right now. So again, do I think we see some exuberance in the markets? I think so, because why not? I mean, the Qs have a long way to go still to hit all-time highs. 503.52, and it's 20 points. Think about that, how that would reflect on Nvidia, how that would reflect on Microsoft, how that would reflect on Meta, so that Tesla. But I think it's time that people are going to rotate out of names that they probably have decent enough positions in. I would say, namely, companies like Apple. Right? Can Apple go to 230, 235? Sure. Right. I think it's kind of getting up at the upper limit of its valuation for now, until we see better results from a sales perspective and sell through on their new products. Nvidia, never bet against Nvidia for now. I mean, they're the namesake when it comes to AI. They're the namesake when it comes to data centers. We're seeing a tremendous amount of investment there from names like Amazon and Microsoft and several others, Google included, Oracle as well. So, I'd be focused on maybe even making a list of high PE, low PE companies that are in the Fortune 500, maybe Fortune 1000. That's what I'll be doing, by the way, since I won't be here Thursday and Friday. That's kind of what I'll be taking a look at. And again, looking to see how the SPY behaves. 572.88 is the all-time high right now. I'm getting a higher conviction that we're likely going to test that level again. And as I mentioned, if the math is right, 575 to 576 makes sense. But then do bulls really turn it on up there and make it a full bull run and just squeeze? If they're going to, that would be the level, right? So then who knows, right? Do we 580, 590? I mean, I don't know. There's not really data to look at that at the moment. I think right now a lot of the data suggests that we're tightening up here at the top. So does that mean there's like accumulation and distribution strategies? If you're not familiar with that, check that out. I have a homework assignment. Right now we're kind of still in that accumulation, but it's a lot slower. I mean, it's hard to say it's slower when you see these huge moves on Nvidia and Qs, but what you really got to worry about is the distribution part because we are up there right now. So if distribution is to happen, the bottom of these levels can give out pretty quick. So again, favor the upside. Obviously, things are bullish for the moment, for the time being. Um, I'll be looking likely to start building some short positions. If SPY gets above, let's say even like Thursday, Friday, since I won't be online with you guys. If it gets up to that 575, 576, you can count on me starting to build a position. Doesn't mean I'm gonna, stand in front of the moving train for too long. But if I see 575 get breached, 576 consolidate, then we start seeing, slowly come down. I'll start probably building a position. If it, breaks a new high of day, I'll probably be out. That's assuming that we get up at those levels, which who knows? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But for now, let me pull up. I'm actually gonna pull up the SPY right here, so you guys can see it side by side. Zoom in a bit. So, I mean, is this the beginning of like a V-shaped bounce, right? Where let's just put one of these in there for sake of argument, right? So we pop through 571. I mean, I know high is 20, 571.20, but if we push through that, does that become the afterburners, or does this become the cliff jumping point to aim to the downside? And again, my concern right now, more than anything, currencies and this bailout that basically was announced last night from China. And again, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, so to speak, especially, but if it helps and you guys want to hear a perspective, I was I was kind of concerned that China's been playing, being coy. Um, oh, hey, our economy's in downward spiral and this and that, and gave them an opportunity to pick up and own additional huge companies, i.e., real estate companies. I don't know if you guys remember about big real estate crisis in China. Um, and if you really break it down, like they're in the business of kind of consolidating all the resources. If you look at a lot of the big mining companies, all the gold, silver, platinum, it's owned by the People's Republic of China. It's not owned by a company. So when they bailed out the a real estate company, I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sure you guys know. But what the heck is the name of it? It's gonna drive me nuts. But then, like when they bailed them out, they basically said like, "Hey, we own your company now. Thanks." And so, as a result, they've consolidated some of that power and have the ability to then just say, "Hey, look, like we're gonna release some liquidity to help our consumers, and by the way, lend it, you know, to like whoever you can, essentially." I mean, not whoever you can, but it's pretty, lighten the parameters of lending requirements on this $1 trillion that we're releasing in liquidity. That doesn't sound like you know, failing nation, so to speak. So I don't know, just kind of keeping that in the back of my mind of like, okay, well, is this a beginning of, with the BRICS announcement and now having the unit as a type of currency that's going to be held in a blockchain that kind of solidifies, checks a box like, okay, we're going to create a currency that's backed 40% by gold. Okay, what are we seeing with gold prices? Who owns the majority of gold? Right, like look at the gold reserves for every country. You can make your own assessment decision. I'm not going to tell you how to think on that stuff, but that's kind of I think what's brewing behind the scenes. No one's really talking about it right now, but it's funny. I was talking about currencies 4 or 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. Now it's like all over the news. So I don't know, seeing some of these things play out, and not saying that it's the end of the market. It's not, but if you look at all the empirical data around big recessionary type drops and how we've classified recessions, we've checked a lot of those boxes with a couple exceptions. So we're kind of on this really like a knife's edge, and Powell might, you know, he might sneeze the wrong way on like tomorrow, 10 minutes before the open. Who knows? You know, it's funny. I saw this one guy who was trading. Like as soon as Jerome Powell, like it was like a short video on like YouTube or something like that that just happened to show up on my screen, and he was waiting for the announcement. And literally, like Jerome Powell said, "Hello, everyone," and he was long the position. It was I think Bitcoin futures. It just tanked as soon as he said "Hello, everyone." It just completely dropped, and he was like, "Wait, what? What?" I thought it was just kind of funny, like um, I mean, not necessarily to see someone lose money, but it was like he didn't even say anything about policy. He didn't say anything about anything. He just said hello, everyone, and it, dumped. So again, it's hard to say that this looks bearish. You know, we're up at all-time highs on the SPY Qs. I mean, that is a beautiful consolidation on a level for something to happen. Either it's going to do this into the close, or it's going to do this into the close. Um, so keep an eye on that as we near the close. If we look at everything that's happened, the last several days during the close on specific names, that's kind of a telltale sign of like what I think may happen following day. Like, do we see around 350 to 355 right before the close? Where are those buy on close, sell on close orders coming in? And I think today we'll probably see it, you know, push higher just based on this consolidation. Unless there's like a mega bear up here waiting to offload or sell into it. We'll see. So definitely be careful this week. Um, be paying very close attention tomorrow to what Jerome Powell has to say 10 minutes before the open. Let me see. Yeah, absolutely, Tim. Yeah. I mean, I think this is really it's like trader's paradise, I think. Because as traders, again, if you're managing risk appropriately, now granted, you may not get a move like let's say here in Nvidia, and you just tap to, hey, I want to get long off the bottom, and you got lucky into this move. Like, yeah, that's amazing. If you're able to take part of that, But if you're actually trying to be a uh, profitable trader long term, hopefully you're taking partials near the high of day. Hopefully you're taking partials maybe at this point, and then maybe trimming up in that 121 area, and then letting the rest move. Because at that point you got a 6 point buffer, right? And just move your stop loss up a little bit. That's great. When those kind of trades happen, you gotta cherish them, because right now we may not be seeing that level of continuation, as we see today. Like, yeah, if you bought down here, wow, what a huge move, right? But if you're trying to buy here, the chance of you getting knocked down and maybe consolidate a little bit lower down in this area, you know, your probability is starting to go up. You just kind of chop around, you know. But it is interesting though. I mean, depending on how you look at this market, you could argue both points. Like, here's the 10 reasons why we should move higher. Here's the 10 reasons why we should move lower. And the real question is going to become, it's like a game of chicken. Which fund is going to sell off first? seeing profit taking or risk, de-risking, things like this, and then seeing it get bought up. Someone's not ready. Someone's not ready to dump yet. When I say someone, there's a lot of someones. That's a big move, right? We talked about this big control bar. We'd have to get above it to really start to push higher. As soon as we got above it, what happened? We just ripped. You know, again, watch these levels, guys. 57288. Mark your SPY chart. It's all time high. If we start getting above that, maybe that's the euphoric boom we've been waiting for to the upside. You know which stock I haven't been looking at? So normally I do. LMT, NOC. Let's see RTX. Okay. Keep an eye on those in coming days. I'd almost be willing to wager $5 that we're going to see this breakdown, probably about here, maybe even the close, and then have it shoot right back up. Like we've been doing the last couple of weeks. Keep losers small, winners grow. Yep. Amen, brother. Amen. Yep. That's exactly right. I mean, that's the game. If you want to be a profitable trader, trust me, my hindsight trading account is worth billions of dollars, billions with a like big B in front of it, of trades that like, oh man, if I would have just held that on a little bit longer, oh man, if I would have yeah, could have, should, would have. But listen, if I could do this and have this be a career choice and make enough money to pay my bills, I mean, it's not bad living, you know. I don't know how many other places you could go to work. I mean, who was it that printed a 5-figure day today? You know, it's it's incredible. Is every day going to be like that? Maybe, maybe not. But the fact that that's even a possibility makes it pretty exciting. All right, we should see a breakdown here now on the SPY, at least to this level. What is that? 570.27. It should be like a quick drop. Nope. And then probably see more buyers. We'll see. But that is a pretty solid bull flag that now is consolidating. So, and we should see this drop a bit. And then we'll see who really wants to play. I mean, for me, I wanted to maybe start a position up here at 571, the downside, and then get out if we print a little higher. But I don't want to give anything back today. I know what we're walking into tomorrow. Tomorrow could be, nice high volatility type day and take advantage of big moves up or down or left or right. So I don't mind preserving some capital and not giving back any. All right, let's see how fast the SPY moves down here. Does it, you know, big bar, one move, or does it kind of check a couple levels? So all of this for structure, by the way, is pretty healthy, I would say. Because meanwhile, we're keeping VIX in check. I haven't looked at it, but I imagine it's right there. Yep. Again, kind of this 15 to 17, kind of in this window. I'd even say 15 to 16 really is ideal for bulls to continue to be able to push higher. Seeing the VIX this low, so it's not a bad thing. When you see it like down at like 13, that's when you're like full bull territory, essentially. Um, but it could be time to sell. If you see VIX down at like 12, 13, and you're able to enjoy the ride on the way up, probably time to take profit. So again, myriad of ways that you can look at the markets to optimize your returns. With that said, I might be done for the day, guys. I think we'll have a few stocks that we're looking at in the morning. Just note, 10 minutes before the market open, Jerome Powell will be talking, and I will be tuned into that. So if I don't take a trade immediately at the open, don't be surprised. But we'll definitely be tuning in to that. As always, appreciate each and every one of you. Again, seeing kind of the sideways action near the highs. I'm not going to stick around to take another trade at the highs or lows. We've got a really, really small position still in Apple to the downside, just because I do want to see if it ever breaks that 225. If not, I mean, I'll put an auto stop on it. But really, can't even lose on that trade at this point. So with that, I will see you guys all tomorrow at the open. Thanks for being patient. I know Scott's planning on coming back Thursday, I think. So I don't even think he'll be around tomorrow. Kind of hard to do this solo sometimes, guys, but I appreciate y'all's patience. And hopefully we're able to provide some value today, help you become better traders. And if so, if you're on YouTube, the like, subscribe, helps us on the channel. If you're thinking about joining, ask any of our traders. I think we do a pretty decent job helping our traders grow their trading knowledge and their account size. So appreciate you guys, and we'll see you at the open tomorrow. Cheers. God bless.